welcome to another week in a new year of the Abuse Cartoons live stream. So, I apologize if things are a little off. I had to reset everything up again. This is a different PC, so my office PC died, and I replaced that with the previous one I had at home, and that I kind of bought for the lockdown, and now so this is a whole new thing. So that was fun to have to spend a day re-downloading and setting everything up again. You forget about all the smallest things, especially fonts and things. It's a real pain to make sure you've got everything, but it should be back. There's going to be some things. Oh, I know what's missing. Shoot, yeah, let me do that right now. All of the Streamlabs is missing. Yeah, so I knew I forgot something major. So yeah, I'll put the Streamlabs box in there. All right. Yeah, and because it's a new computer, everything is like coming out in Japanese and pretending it's the first time I've ever used it. And okay. All right, let's try this. So I'm still doing this. Apologies for yeah, I knew I didn't. There's something I didn't think of. Hopefully all the settings everywhere else will be remembered. All right, and I'll just make this big across the middle so it definitely shows up. All right, I'll put that in the other. Sorry, I'll do the other. Doing the other things as well. It's fun to watch this being done, isn't it? Sorry. Okay, so flipping through. There's a little preview of the comments. And one more. Oh, this one. Boom. All right. Oof. Yeah, my green screen is not doing the job again. All right. And do this one off to the side a little. All right. There we go. So that should be good. Okay, so yeah, Streamlabs is there too. So feel free to hit up Streamlabs. What is it? / Abuse Cartoons, I believe. Yeah, it should be in the description. If you want to contribute as this goes on, let's give it a test. Hey, there we go. Nice. Cool. Okay. It's still working, and the big W is still there. All right. There we go. Yeah, so streamlabs.com / abuse cartoons. Hello, Joe. From Russia. Joe is watching from Russia. Yeah, this is crazy. Yeah, I don't even know where to begin with what's going on in the U.S. I'm just glad I defected a while ago. Yeah, that's the scary thing about living abroad too. Is the worse things get, it's like the less you really care about maintaining your situation in your home country. It's really depressing. Yeah, it'd be so nice to not have to pay taxes in the U.S. But yeah, so pretty crazy. Yeah, it's as cold as Russia right now here in Japan, though. It's we have Siberian type winds and cold. It's a horrible day. I guess we're getting this cold front from China they've been struggling with. I heard that's why the movie numbers are down so badly, is because basically you have to choose between heating oil in the winter, or other disposable income. So you stop going to the movies when you need to be warm. So that's That's pretty funny. Hollywood didn't anticipate that, I suppose. All right. So, yeah, everything seems to be good. That's right. That's the thing that's so funny about everything that's happening in America is just doing China in a different way. It's like, China in a different key or a different, it's so funny how they're running the but we knew things were going to end badly. We know there wasn't going to be any grace involved in anybody's exit, so yeah. It's crazy. Yeah, so I don't know. These first 2 years are going to be tough, I think. It's going to be, and because, essentially we're going to have to get over this bad weather, worldwide pandemic thing that's going to hopefully get behind us or get a little more under control. And then I don't want to talk politics and stuff, but then the consequences of that, the evictions and the economics and everything are going to become really apparent. The damage, we'll be able to survey the damage. Right now, I think we're still in the middle of the car accident. But we shall see. Chat. There we go. I am blocking. No, the First Amendment does not apply here. Thank you, Joe. That's another thing I forgot. Yes, no free speech. This is a new. Wow, how do I even do that? I think that's another browser thing. That's a new new rule here, part of the new regime. All right, let's see if I can get this to work. Okay, that's right. Doing it live. Yeah, that's the thing. I wish there probably is a way to like save all your settings and kind of export some settings file for OBS. But I have not gotten clever enough to do that, so I just have to build it up from the beginning. All right. So we're going to I have to change. Whoa, here's giant chat. I have to change this. I'll cover my ugly menus. Okay, so we want to make that longer, I think. Yeah, Happy New Year, Joe. How's it going? I hope things are going well where you are. It was a very subdued New Year. Maybe not that wide. Yeah, very subdued New Year this year. But still, we got a little bit of the holiday in, which was nice. Yeah, it was much smaller. Nobody visited, and we just were over at the grandparents' house for dinner. But it was nice. There was a lot of food, and it felt like New Year's, so that was good, because Christmas wasn't like nothing. But yeah, I hope you guys were good, and that's why I wasn't on for the 31st, is because we were driving. The numbers have gone up. The infection numbers have gone up in Japan, so we had to drive in to the city instead of take the train. So that's a lot more involved. There we go. Okay, free speech has been restored. The chat is there. No. Yeah, I've heard that's happening a lot. That people's accounts are just disappearing for comments or for whatever. Yeah, so it doesn't have to be for your video. Any videos you've uploaded, they're going after spicy comments. That's really bizarre. That it's being so that. But I guess we know why they're doing it. Oh, there we go. Because they're waiting for the kind of fallout. Whoa. The fallout of the election. Sorry. Leave this a little bit. There we go. Yeah, they're waiting for the fallout of the election. So YouTube is getting ready to take care of troublemakers. We have a digital Gestapo now. All right, one more. There we go. Hey. Yeah, I guess I should make this more transparent or something. So I'll make this one a little smaller. Okay, there we go. Oh yeah, yeah. Sorry, the Christmas streaming was. Hey Sedona, how's it going? The yeah, Christmas stream was a little truncated to. Ended up doing it a little earlier, and I think so the timing was way off. I should just have a specific day and time and just set an alarm and be there, or set it as events. So I just have to start streaming, but yeah, I can't control my schedule, especially with my daughter not back in school yet. The one thing that they did say that's encouraging in Japan is that even if things get locked down again, they're not going to close the schools. So, oh, that's when you found out your account was banned. Yeah, I wonder what's going on with YouTube. I wonder what that criteria is, because I've heard a lot of people saying that their account's just gone. That really sucks. What a Christmas present! That was your Christmas gift from YouTube. Banned. All right. So there we go. Okay, so chat's back. Streamlabs is back. Audio is back. That was the thing. I had everything set up and I didn't have any microphone plugged in. So that would have been good. Yeah, Happy New Year, Sedona. Happy New Year, Abuse Chat. For being Abuse Chat, you guys are the least abusive of any chat I've ever been in. Yes. Yeah, that was crazy. Yeah, crazy news to wake up to. It said the Viking sitting in Pelosi's chair in the Capitol. Great. Well, as long as they're doing it for the lulls, that's all that counts. I can't. Yeah, I don't know the details, but yeah, I'm not gonna bother. Yeah, going on about it, but it was very surprising and not surprising all at the same time. But there we go. Yeah, so we will see. I don't know. I like though how how things have whoa. That's not right either. So I don't want it to be pressure based, I don't think. Yes, I don't want the what's going on here. There we go. Okay. Yeah, I like how the now both sides are just trying to use mob rule. And I think that's like what people are defining democracy as too. It's the rule of the mob, because it's a majority voting just means mob rule. So it's a new system. And somebody online was calling it it's the early American Arab Spring. But yeah, we'll see. Wow. Yeah, so we knew something was going to get ugly. Yeah, but I don't think eliminating people's voices and deleting their Twitter and YouTube is a way to get get people to be compliant or get people to kind of understand or be. It's not a way to reason with somebody. It's just take away their ability to say anything? Say something. Yeah, it's very funny. It's just exactly. It's just different colors of what exactly what China is doing. There's so many funny equivalents between the U.S. and China now, as far as like how the government is overstepping its authority. All right. Oh yeah, we're back to boxes. Hmm. Oh yeah, no, I think that's a good point. Yeah, Sedona's people. You want people to express their thinking so you can avoid avoid them. uh, yeah. Uh, what a thing. Yeah, there was a. I'm not sure if it made it to the American news, but in Taiwan, some pig farmers rushed the, essentially the legislative chambers to protest, and they dumped pig guts, like pig organs, all over the floor of the legislature and on the parliament, or I don't know what the what it's called in Taiwan, as protest because I guess they Taiwan had opened up to American pork imports, and the domestic farmers were worried about their livelihoods, and so they protest by dumping just pig guts, intestines, and everything all over the floor in the government. So yeah, that was a pretty dramatic scene. So it's happening everywhere. Yeah, that was towards the end of last year. But that sucks if, America's kind of is leveraging Taiwan by saying, yeah, we'll protect you from being invaded by the Chinese army if you start buying all of our pork and open your markets up so we can crush your domestic producers, which I'm sure is exactly what is happening. All right. Yeah, right. Yeah, the housekeeping or the janitorial staff of that in Taiwan is probably like, nope, not gonna do it. Hey, Rev. Hmm. Yeah, Happy New Year, everyone. Yeah, New Year was good. How was everybody else's? So that's the big holiday here. New Year's in Japan is the big family holiday. So Christmas is like kind of the date holiday, and for couples, it's kind of more like a Valentine's Day, and New Year's is the big family holiday. So it was good. Yeah, we had really nice food and nice sake, and eat too much and fall asleep on the floor watching television. So it felt exactly like a holiday. But yeah, that was good. That actually like felt normal, so that was nice. We since we drove in and everything, we didn't have to worry. Didn't have to be all masked up and worrying about who we were sitting next to on the train or anything. So that was easy, and the crowds were really small. There was no traffic at all, so it was real easy to get in and out of town. The only thing is, because we were driving, I couldn't indulge too much the drunk driving laws, and the blood alcohol is like ridiculously low. I think you're illegal after like a single drink or whatever. And the funny thing in Japan is they had I forget, maybe the 90s, they had a really bad drunk driving incident where a guy slammed into a family on a bridge drunk and knocked their car into the water, killed the whole family, and drove away, went home, drank a bunch of water, and then came back to the scene. And I guess the water had diluted his, them being able to identify him as intoxicated, and he, got away without any punishment. And so that was a big scandal. So they really, really went crazy, increasing the penalties and everything for drunk driving here. And then they also made it very socially, like the social stigma of it. Like you can lose your job. So there was a professor at the university that I work with that was just like this habitual chronic drunk driver. And when those laws were enacted, everyone's like, you're going to lose your job. Like he was getting close to retirement and saying, you're going to lose your job. You're going to, be kicked out of the university and, lose your pension and everything if you get caught drunk driving. You have to stop doing this. And he just didn't. It was like his thing or whatever. So it was one of those guys that one of those rare Japanese that is just, he like operates, intoxicated. He can like metabolize alcohol well enough that he can just kind of stay drunk all the time. So he just was always drinking. So if he had to get into a car, he was getting into a car drunk. And so that was funny. I was surprised, but there's a lot of very stubborn, stuck in there kind of old ways. Back when drunk driving was okay, he still has his head back there. But people were just, things have changed. You're gonna lose everything over one drunk driving stop, so don't do it. And that was just because of that horrible accident that happened. The laws changed. All right, no more boxes. But yeah, so I had to show restraint on New Year's. The long way of saying, yeah, I just had to be more careful because it's not okay to do here. Yeah, that was the thing that always amazed me in Los Angeles is, certain nights, Fridays and Saturday nights on the highway had like the 6 lanes you're in have this kind of tide to them. They kind of the tide moves in and out. So everybody just drifts in and out of their lanes together because most people are intoxicated and they're just, trying to match the speed and the distance of the cars around them. So people just all drift out of their lanes together. It's this amazing, it's like seaweed underwater, watching all the cars just like, oh, so this means if everyone's drifting and moving in this exact same way, that means they're all drunk. And, the sober people are avoiding the drunk people. But, I saw that a few times and I was just amazed. It's like, wow, everybody around me has had too much to drink. Hey, K5, how's it going? Last one was Christmas Eve. I didn't do a New Year's Eve. Oh, where's my cursor? Didn't do a New Year's Eve. Good to see you. Yeah, Happy New Year, K5. Good to be back. Oh, wow. Well, camera is, oh no, I'm running out of green screen. Okay, wait, I guess that's a chair thing, huh? I don't have enough green screen above me to, there we go. Nice. Yeah, so I wasn't on for the 31st, or I guess about the 30th, but I was around Christmas Eve just earlier than usual. So yeah, it was a funny schedule. All right, I have no idea what I'm doing for cartoons. Last week it was all just New Year's jokes, so no more of that. All right, so let's try some cups or something. But yeah, so just as things were starting to feel kind of normal here, we're getting big numbers again, which doesn't look good for the Olympics. I think they're just going to have to give it up, pay the fees, and give up the Olympics. Maybe they can get a voucher for a discount for the next time they win the vote. But yeah, I think it's going to be expensive. Though if the Olympic Committee says you can have the Olympics, it should be fine. And the Japanese government says no, then they have to pay a fee for defying the Olympic Committee. So we'll see how that goes. It's a shame, too, because they did so much construction as far as renovations of train stations and kind of ease of use. Because there were surprisingly, a lot of train stations that weren't handicap accessible. There'd be platforms in smaller stations in Tokyo where you'd get off. You have no access to an elevator, and you have no way to get off the platform except stairs. So some of the smaller platforms didn't have elevators. So I think they remedied all of that. So basically what you would see is the staff carrying wheelchairs up, like 4 people carrying a wheelchair up, like pretty crazy flights of steps, because some of the stations get pretty deep and complicated. But yeah, I think they did a lot of improvements and kind of modernized some of the main stations on the main routes. But yeah. So there was like 5 years or whatever, however much lead time they had of renovation and construction. And I think they used a lot of pre-existing buildings, or they were intending to use a lot of pre-existing buildings for events. So it wasn't quite like a London Olympics or any of the other ones where they did a lot of, or Beijing, where they did a lot of extra construction of very specific Olympic event places. I'm sure there still was some. I'm not sure what exactly, but I heard that they were just going to make it it's a little more difficult then. If everything's not going to be in the same place, you're going to have to travel a little bit more throughout the city for events. But that's not going to be a problem anymore because there's not going to be any events. I don't know. I just don't think there's any way with the numbers now. And we're still months off, I think, from a Japanese vaccine. I have no idea. Yeah, I don't know anybody in car parts or anything in automotive here. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, that would be funny. Rotary engine. I think I could FedEx. I can FedEx one. Yeah, I wouldn't know who to talk to. I'm trying to think. I don't have any friends or relatives connected to automotives. If you wanted like printer parts or something, I think there's some relative that works for Canon in their printer division. Yeah, I'm not sure if I knew anybody. Yeah, I think you're right, Joe. Yeah, they're gonna have to have audience lists. But I wonder if some countries are going to be stupid about it and just, want to protect it, just kind of as a political gesture more than anything, want to protect their athletes and refuse to send people. So it'll basically just be China versus Japan. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Wait, I can ask. Maybe I do have. I'll ask K5. I'll ask. I don't actually know about shipping anything large. I mean, I probably could figure something out because I do have a friend that's into that's international shipping. She works for the company that monitors the cargo containers and the trade lines and stuff, mostly in Asia. But and then there's also but it's her. It's the same person. Her boyfriend is I'm not sure. I think he does deal car parts. Yeah. So if I see her Saturday, which I think I will, I'll ask. I'll see what's going on. Nice, nice one, Rev. uh, Cup of tea. Very good. All right. Yeah, I thought it was rare for presidents to not concede, but I guess there's been like 18 or something instances. It's like in the teens. The number of presidents that haven't conceded is pretty high. Or surprisingly high. I thought like this would be one of the first times, but yeah, I think before radio and television and everything, American politics was much messier. We just don't have any knowledge of it, but it sounds like it was a lot uglier because all you could do was write down what somebody said. You couldn't record it, so they could say horrible things. So mudslinging was like on a whole nother level. Various types of bowls. Ah, 1,500. Wow. Yeah, that'd be pretty heavy though, right? So it would have to be freight. So I'll ask and see what kind of connections he has. That would be funny. It's a funny combination though, because she does shipping. Like company she works for handles the international shipping, and he does. Maybe that's why they're together, because that's his business is connected to her access to shipping lines. All right, this is not gonna work. All right. Yeah, okay. Let me get that same angle there. It's a little better. There we go. It's rough, but a little closer. Yeah, there's something, I forget. Oh, in Japan? Yeah, I haven't had experience. I haven't had an older car here. But I think, yeah, the emissions thing is really crazy. There's not, I mean, older cars are just for collectors and hobbyists. You don't see anything on the road older at all. Nobody drives around anything. So you can have it for kind of just as a hobby, but I think there's a special registration and stuff for it. But your actual cars have to, yeah, they're really strict with emissions here because the air quality was such garbage in the 80s in Japan. I guess similar to the U.S., they reformed pretty hard and now have really strict emissions. Yeah, just like in California, you're doing emissions tests every year, and so nobody drives older cars because it's just too expensive to maintain. It's cheaper to get rid of the car than to get it under compliance in a lot of cases. But yeah, they had a lot of really miserable acid rain and stuff here, which is a bit better now. We're away from the city and away from manufacturing, so it's not bad. Where we are, the air and the rain and everything are very nice. But yeah, you see all kinds of damage from that in the cities. All right. Now it's bowls. All right. What else? Too deep. There we go. Something like that. I'm trying to do that kind of squeezed diner mug. Let's see if I can balance that a little bit. But, yeah. Hope everybody had, a good holiday. Nice. Yeah. It's so funny how maybe there'll be no difference in the insanity after this change of administration, change of the new year, into the new year and everything. Things are still going to be... Yeah, I don't know what's going on. The prime minister here is getting more and more unpopular, so we may get back to those weird times in Japan where we've got a new prime minister every year because the party will get into turmoil. There's a couple of... Yeah, I think people in the party that are that wanted that spot and have kind of been waiting. So there may be some political turmoil here, and it just depends. I think they're kind of sitting and waiting to see what America's going to do, because if America ends up weak on China, ends up capitulating, then Japan's going to have to cooperate too. So they can't economically fight China alone or territorially or anything. So if they're not backed up by America, they're screwed. So they need a weaker or a more compliant prime minister. So we'll see. That'll be really really sad. I don't know if this is looking right. So we'll see. Yeah, that's the thing I'm worried about, is how the changes in the U.S. are going to change things around here. Yeah, there was a story about, I think specifically for the Olympics, someone trying to develop, someone asked in Japan by the government to develop a GPS tracking system for visitors and tourists. And I think that was for tracking infections and clusters and things. So, but I don't think that's not a very friendly thing. Like at the airport or whatever, to have a GPS like your what is that? What do they call that? The home imprisoned? What, like, when you're not in prison, when you're confined to your home, but you have to wear GPS to show that you don't leave your home. I'm totally blanking. Yeah, but that wrist or the ankle bracelet that they use to track people that are home jailed. What is that? Home confined. But yeah, so trying to come up with a system, I guess, to help find out where people are. But there's so much else that they're can track and kind of pay attention to when they're monitoring your location. Especially in Japan, they'll know, like, if you're going to any illegal businesses, or if you're meeting with people to sell or buy information on Japanese technology or whatever. I mean, they're going to know a lot of things from GPS. So I think it's a little invasive. I'm not sure how many people are going to be very happy about that. But if that's one of the conditions of, like, attending the Olympics, I guess people will comply. But I was surprised, by that. House arrest. Thank you, Rev. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, so they're talking about ankle bracelets, or I'm not sure if they're ankle, but some type of like house arrest bracelet for visiting Japan. And I think it's specifically for the Olympics. But just like all of these systems, once they have this system in place, it's like, why don't we use it for other things now? We don't have a pandemic anymore, but we would like to know exactly where everyone that visits the country goes. And, because they could find out the most popular tourist places, they could find out the most popular businesses, hotels, everything. If they were tracking tourists, that's pretty valuable data. So why would they stop? That's just like with all this stuff, all these apps and things to track, people with certain viruses. They can work for other things. Like, it's not only a virus we can track. We can track your political opinions and who you meet with, and what you what am I doing here? What you intend to do to undermine our government. That's a little scary when there's technologies in place that can be abused like that. All you need is an excuse to implement it, a good excuse, something that seems benevolent, and then you've got a perfect tracking device. What's going on here? This is not right. So from here, there we go. Something like that. Yeah, right. Yeah, you don't need a separate system. You got Google. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's just insane. So I wonder, I wonder what's going to happen with that. Now, what if the Olympics are canceled? They've probably been, because of wars and other things, they've been canceled in the past, but I wonder if this is going to hurt the the value or the reputation of having an Olympics, if people are like less likely to pay all the bribes and things that they need to win that vote. The credibility, I guess. No, that's not the word. The prestige, yeah, like the prestige of the Olympics. I wonder if it being canceled, people are just like, yeah, it's not that important, is it? It doesn't really mean anything. That would be bad for that committee, because they sure do make a lot of money in bribes from world governments. Right. That doesn't look like it's sitting there. Oh, yeah, we'll see. All right. Oh, I did a so in Japan, in the years where your family has, I guess I have it printed out, so I was going to put it on camera, but I don't have to put it on camera. I did a digital, so years where you have a death in the family, you don't send Christmas cards or holiday cards, and in Japan it's a postcard, a New Year's postcard. That's kind of the standard way of sending season greetings, and usually it's like family pictures and stuff, similar to how Christmas cards function in the U.S. for people. But because we had a death in the family, you don't say, the etiquette is you don't show that you're celebrating. You don't say Happy New Year, because it's not supposed to be happy. So I did a oh yeah, I should just open the digital file, but I did this kind of simple. So if you do just a winter greeting or just a winter scene, that's a little bit more, it shows mourning, and it shows the it shows you're not celebrating, you're kind of not breaking etiquette and telling everybody, yay, what a happy new year we're having. And so yeah, so I did that for the and I guess I should say I'll send that to the US as well, because I didn't do any other kind of card this year, but just to get back in touch with everybody. So that's the card for this year. I guess it's easier to see if I actually put the the digital version on the screen instead of holding up a piece of paper. So analog. But yeah, so that was fun to try to come up with something. There's a lot of like animal scenes, or just kind of snow stuff. So I just decided to do like because there was a really big on New Year's, there was a really big full moon. So I thought just to do that for the winter card. Yes, you're not supposed to have pictures of happy family portraits or anything on your cards during those years where there's a funeral, because like I was talking about, it's much more involved, it's a much more extended process, so it lasts a long time throughout the year. So yeah, when there's a year with a death in the family, it changes the whole celebration, which worked fine for this year because this was such a miserable year. Being happy about anything is pretty false, other than it being over. All right. Oh, thanks, K5. Oh, yeah, that's just like me pointing a camera at the tablet when I was trying to figure out how to stream from home. My first thought is so analog. That's so funny. Yeah, I don't think digitally very well. It's like, oh, I have a piece of paper, I'll hold it up to a camera instead of just finding the digital file. I think it's oh no, it was in let's see if I have it. Yeah, it was in Photoshop, so I can just open it in Photoshop. I thought it was Illustrator. Let's see. I think it's here. Oh, good. This is off camera. That's good. I'm capturing the Photoshop window instead of watching. You can watch me root through all my files. All right. Oh yeah, here's the PNG. No text. This is so I took the Japanese text off of it, so it'll be easier. Yeah, so that's what I was trying to show on the camera. It looks a little bit better in the digital version, but just moonlight and snow, and yeah, something very simple, but kind of visually interesting. The first one I did was too blue. I think it was very blue. So that's just the winter kind of morning card. And I made the mistake. I usually try to post the New Year's card on Facebook or something, just because I don't send to that many people in the US, just kind of family. And because it was a kind of a funeral or mourning card, I think people got the wrong idea. So it came across as a very sad post, like I was asking for some sympathy. So a lot of people gave condolences. But I just wanted to show the card. I guess that's the nobody quite understands the that artist's ego or whatever. I just want to show this picture that I drew, but it's the intent. It was like the purpose that it was for that people responded to. So I should have thought of that. Nice. Yeah, Rev, that's a good. You have to spend a whole year mourning. Yeah, it's just, I guess, the appearance, because of the way death is considered, and how after certain numbers of days. So the whole process of mourning someone and praying for their spirit to go to heaven and everything in the kind of Buddhist sense, is really extended. So you have these family events, and a priest comes to the house, and there's chanting and prayer and incense and everything, many times over a certain number of days. It's all kind of based on, I think it's actually not Buddhist numbers, but like Shinto numbers, but numbers of days that have meaning. And then you have anniversaries, like 3 years, 5 years, 7 years. I think they do kind of. There's specific numbers that they of the anniversary of your death that people. It's not mourning; it's just kind of praying, but it really extends things out. So they, it's a very different regard for things. Because I think people get down. Anniversaries of people's deaths make people sad because it reminds them, that either their birthdays or their deaths. It reminds them, but it's not so ritualized in the U.S. You don't have ceremonies for that I know of. I mean, maybe there are, but yeah, ceremonies for certain numbers of days that people have been dead or certain numbers of years. Yeah, I forget I think the last one is like 20 or something. It's pretty long. So you keep having these ceremonies up to like decades, at least a decade after the person has died. So yeah, you keep, and also kind of the ancestor worship and things is much different, much more prevalent in Asia. Not worship, but like thinking the idea that your ancestors are watching you from the heavens or judging you from the heavens or whatever. So to respect them and honor them and things, because you have a lot of portraits in the older houses of the deceased, like great grandfather, and it's funny because the older portraits are amazing. The ones where you had to stay still for a very long time, not smile and just kind of stay there for many minutes. Those portraits are really amazing. Those old photographs. But that's very common in houses. And there's also photos in the small shrines. The butsudan are these small kind of household shrines that where you pray for the deceased, or specifically for deceased people. So every kind of the main house of a family, like where the grandparents live or whoever the like kind of patriarch or matriarch of the family, they have that shrine in their house. All right. It's funny too because as people build more and more modern houses, and they're less Japanese looking, but they still want to have that home shrine for prayer at home. They're getting really, really modern, and they're looking like a really cool modern piece of furniture, but you open them up and they're a traditional Japanese shrine inside. So there's some companies that are trying to do cool modern home shrines. It's very odd, but people have that kind of need because they have their cool modern houses, and they don't want like an old piece of furniture, kind of in the middle of that. So they update the look and the style. All right, I'm just doing a lot of stuff now. Oh yeah, I'm sure there are some. I think, but you have to, I think, really be out of place. Like you would have to make a major move and hold that wrong pose, I think, to ruin the photo too much. But I'm sure there's a lot of like unusable photos for those days where you had to 10 minutes of whatever of standing still. I don't think it was that long, but it's much longer than we're used to. Yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of useless, ghosty looking photos. But I think they could. Oh, I can't remember the process. I think it's pretty quick. And if they know that, I think they can just try again to use another plate. I think that's really expensive though, because I'm thinking of the like silver haloid, the old ones where it's like actually on a piece of glass, where it's like silver, some kind of silver compound on a piece of glass. But yeah, I can't remember old photography technology, but yeah, who knows? But they do, yeah, they do capture people. I mean, it's all staged, but they, do kind of capture people in more, uh, you know, everyday kind of settings and things. So it would be hard to hold. But yeah, I'm thinking mostly of those weird, like, piercing eyes staring into the camera lens portrait photos. All right. Well, not getting a lot. I guess I'll just try some more on the other side. Nice. Oh, paintings. Yeah, yeah, right. Nice. Yeah, I remember that from art school though, where you would you do like quick poses and things, but then when you do longer sittings and longer poses, you'd really be focused on light and things. And some of the models were, they're not super professional, so they would shift or get tired or whatever, and slightly change their position. And yeah, that really did kind of fuck you up if you're drawing the exact shapes of the light on their body, and then they move and you're just like, oh, now this doesn't connect anymore, this doesn't, okay, so you're just kind of improvising. But I do remember that it is pretty exact, because when you're measuring things and kind of if they move enough, it kind of screws up everything that you've done before. So you have like kind of two pieces that don't quite connect together if there's a shift in the body. But usually though, you just kind of stop, because it's however much you get done. Like, you don't have to have a completed portrait or a completed piece of work, so you just kind of have, and you see that they're called studies, usually like light studies, where you just have pieces or some figure, but just with like some finished portions. So yeah, a lot of that kind of stuff, because it's all for learning basically. All right. Yeah, maybe box. A box, but something a little more dynamic. All right. There we go. Yeah. Nice ray tracing. Yeah, that's right. That's getting into, that was the big thing with the new Cyberpunk game, is how beautiful the ray tracing and reflections and everything was, if you had the right video card. It didn't quite look that amazing on PS4. Oh man. Oh, but I should stream a little bit of that game. So I finished Cyberpunk, and was looking at the other things people are talking about, and it came out, I think, in the fall last year. But Hades, that I think it's Supergiant, the guys that did those other good games. They're like an indie studio, but they did Bastion, I think, and there's a couple other pretty cool, maybe like turn-based and stuff kind of games. But this is more Diablo style, more like action RPG, but roguelike version. So you have runs into the dungeon. So you go into this procedurally generated dungeon, and you just keep beating these rooms. And the next room you go into, you have like a choice usually of exits, and you're either going the reward at the end of each thing, you kind of know what it's going to be ahead of time, so you can kind of strategically plan if you're low on health, then to go through the health room, or you want more armor or whatever. But Hades is really good. It's got a kind of a fakey anime art style, kind of looks like a Korean illustration kind of art style. But voice acting is really good, and the art direction in general is really good. It's really snappy. The animation on the character is really good, and how the menus and stuff work, and how you kind of navigate the game. It's got a real nice snap to it, so it's super polished, like super, super high polish. So it's funny playing that game after Cyberpunk. It's a much lower budget, simpler game, and it's just so well executed that even if you don't particularly like that genre of the game where you're just like kind of doing the same run over and over and getting a little bit further each time, even if you don't like that style of the game, it's done so well that it's really fun to play, so very addictive. It's just kind of that, okay, one more time kind of game. Very different from from Cyberpunk, where you were just kind of, okay, I gotta get through this mission before I do the next story mission or whatever. It had very different feel to it, but I'd recommend that if you're looking for a something new to play. It's only like $20 too. I think it's on sale now too, but Hades is really good. If you've ever played any Supergiant games and liked them, you'll love this. Even if the roguelike thing isn't your favorite, I was really surprised. They just, it's really rewarding, and you advance enough. There's permanent advancements that you can make, spending certain points you can get, or you accumulate, and that makes you more able to get through the rooms in future attempts. So you do feel on a small level that you're becoming more powerful, but you're also becoming more skillful just by playing the levels again. But good enemies and good weapon design, and really good stuff. All right. Oh yeah, I saw the because there's in Pacifico they've got the area that kind of looks like Santa Monica, and I saw the pier part. I didn't mess around there. I kind of like started just blowing through things, because you end up in one part of the story mission, you end up like almost dying and just like crashing in a little trashy seaside hotel in Pacifico, and you're pretty close to the pier, the kind of their version of the Santa Monica pier. But I didn't mess around in there. Yeah. Yeah, it really sucks. It really sucks that they. I mean, it was okay. I got through the whole game on a release, base level PS4. It crashed maybe half a dozen times, maybe 4 or 6 times total, like for however many hours, 20 hours or whatever. I don't know. It wasn't very long, and I didn't do every side mission or a lot of the little stuff, but I stopped kind of doing extra side quests and stuff because I felt really overpowered. I think they didn't do a very good job with the difficulty level, because I was just playing on normal, and I always felt too powerful. I mean, I had these insane weapons that were doing like one hit kills, and I didn't go out of my way to like spec a certain way, and it didn't even spend all of my points, my perks and attribute points very carefully, so I wasn't like min-maxed in any way. But definitely it's worth playing, especially they said by the latest thing they're talking about is they're working on DLC, and the original operational like intended release should be available by like June of this year. So just wait for them to kind of do the No Man's Sky treatment on the game and kind of put everything back in that they took out because they ran out of time. And hopefully it'll be a more playable game, especially on consoles. I was just surprised that they even bothered. I guess because the install base for PS5 is not very big. They wanted to do PS4 and Xbox. But it was playable. But there's some really good moments. I mean, there's really, really good moments in that game that, story-wise, that I think are worth playing. Some of it sucks, some of the story sucks, and some of the writing is really, really bad. But there's a few really great character moments that are worth going through the game for, I think. But not... Someone was talking about how they miss the mark, like, how unnecessary a lot of the dialogue was, and how you're just kind of... And they give you a skip feature, so it's almost like they don't even have confidence in their writing. I mean, it's for when you're, replaying the same missions again, but you can skip the dialogue at any time. Just hold down the circle. I guess it's the B button and the PC or Xbox, but you can just skip ahead. It does this, like, cyber distortion, like very cyberpunk distortion thing, to like video is skipping ahead or it's glitching ahead, and so that doesn't seem like they even have a lot of faith in their writing. And that was a big thing. The Witcher, every quest and every character had really interesting kind of motivations and stories and things. Tones didn't change so strangely. Like, you didn't have like happy to sad or angry to dismissive to, oh, you're my best friend. And that happens a lot in Cyberpunk, especially with the Keanu Reeves stuff. Some of it doesn't make sense when you literally tell him to fuck off, and then he's like, "Oh, I really like you." It's like just the really odd, odd tone shifts. But I was going to say, oh, but Mass Effect. They really, compared to Mass Effect and how you would listen to everything that every character had to say, and they made the world more complex and more interesting, and like you would learn about the new alien races and things, and how they had different clashes or with other cultures or different motivations, or hated why they hated humans or whatever. That was really interesting, and there's none of that in Cyberpunk, but there is in that setting. There's a lot of like really cool stuff in that setting, and it's all written out. I mean, there's source books for all of that stuff for the tabletop RPG, and it just didn't make it into the game. So hopefully that's something that can get added, where you can enjoy the setting a little bit more. But there's good character moments. I mean, it's definitely worth playing. And even with the bugs and stuff, I mean, I had one unfinishable quest, that I couldn't, there was a job I couldn't finish because I left the building before Jackie did. And if you don't follow Jackie out, he gets trapped in the building, and you have to talk to him, and you can never finish the quest. And so I had to replay. I had to go back to a previous save for that, but that was it. There was nothing else that like was game breaking. And like I said, it blue screened. It like went to that unexpected error screen maybe 4 or 6 times, and it was always when I went outside or I went to a thing where it had to draw more than it was able to do, or like show me NPCs and cars and stuff. It was always, I would like around a corner and kind of come out, and then it would just stop. Yeah, so it was always when I was transitioning from a small space with less information to a outdoor space. That's when the PS4 at least always crashed. Yeah. Yeah, Witcher 3 is great, and the DLC, they did such an insane good job with the DLC. Yeah, I think that's true. And I think we'll find out. There'll be kind of postmortems, and people will kind of find out that that bad stuff happened, like with management and stuff, because they're already talking about somebody who's like decompiling or like digging through the code of Cyberpunk and finding all the like remnants of things that were removed from the game, and different options and stuff. And then CD Projekt Red is like having to explain. Well, actually, I've seen a couple of things where devs were explaining. No, that was never supposed to be there. Like the weird like gender restrictions they put on the romance options and stuff. They're finding out that maybe it doesn't have to be like that, and already people are starting to mod stuff. Yeah. No, that's true. No, it's a good point. I think something went terribly wrong, and I think it, has something to do with management and kind of forcing Keanu Reeves into that game as Johnny Silverhand to to maybe build, attention to kind of get more normies or people that wouldn't even be interested in the game because, oh, it's got a celebrity, and so I have to check this out. I think that was a really weird move because they said they have an original voice and original design for that character, and said it was really good, and that Keanu Reeves' performance was very different from that, so it just changed the tone of the game considerably, especially because he's so omnipresent. It changed things, and yeah, so I don't know, and yeah, it was just a marketing move, I'm sure. If they had access to him and he was willing to do it, he's so connected, through like Matrix and Johnny Mnemonic and all the sci-fi actiony stuff he's been in. They thought that was a good move, but yeah, I think it definitely hurt the game. It takes you out of it because it's so Keanu. I still remember. I think on Netflix I watched this the beginning of this movie recently. But the Bram Stoker's Dracula that Coppola did, where he had Keanu Reeves and Winona Ryder playing the Harkness and Mina, the two younger characters, the guy that gets seduced in Dracula's castle, and then the girl that Dracula pursues. So they had these scenes. They're like, a young couple in love, and they have these scenes that they're trying to be dramatic, and neither of them can act. They're both such dead, like they can't emote, and it's just kind of, so it was really fun. Like putting two of them in a scene together was crazy, because usually have somebody that kind of saves a scene between the two of them. But I still remember that. It's just like, wow, can't forget that. So even though he's a lovable, wonderful guy, some of his line reads were a little clunky, and some of the lines themselves I don't think could be read well. No, yeah, that's the problem. No, I think you're right. Yeah, John Wick and stuff. I think that works. He works really well in those kind of. Yeah, so I don't want to spoil anything, but yeah, he is like a consciousness. So he's a character that's been dead for like 30 years, and his consciousness like still exists in this cyber world, and so he kind of gets put in your head, and so it's constantly remarking on things and appears. So it's really cool when he's just kind of like leaning against the wall in the corner when you're like in this really dramatic conversation or trying to deal with this very difficult thing, and he's just kind of watching you the whole time. That has a nice thing to it. Like he can just kind of appear and disappear in your kind of periphery, and like you'll look over, he's there, and then you look back and he's gone, because he just like only exists in your head. And he'll like judge you and say, oh, you should be doing that, or he's ripping you off, or what are you, stupid, this is never going to work. He'll be this kind of devil on your shoulder kind of way, but he doesn't. He's like a rocker boy, which is like a hard rock terrorist, like anti-government or anti-corp terrorist, basically. And so he died like bombing the Arasaka building in the setting, in the RPG setting. And so this is his like consciousness that survived. And so he's supposed to be a real radical, like a real political radical, and have these really extreme, and get really upset and really impassioned, and give these speeches about the evil of the corporations and stuff. And he just can't do it. Like, and the passion of and the kind of fanaticism of Johnny Silverhand is totally lost in how those lines are delivered. So the quieter, kind of minimal moments with that character are much better, but that's not that style of character. He's supposed to be like, what would be a good equivalent? But I mean, he's supposed to just be like a punk rock or like a rocker guy, just shouting in your face, and have has really strong opinions. And the parts where Keanu is trying to be like and they give him a lot of F-bombs and stuff, and Keanu doesn't really convincingly say fuck very well. It's like, what the fuck are we doing? So it doesn't have the kind of bite to it. The delivery is a little odd. So it doesn't fit. I think it's a little bit of a miscast. I mean, it was a good marketing cast. Like, he's good for maybe the marketing of the game, but I think as far as the character, he was miscast. There's probably a better character in the setting that he could play. But yeah, the character's really cool. And originally they said they had like more of a David Hayter. Is it David Hayter, the guy that does Solid Snake? The a voice actor like that, a real gritty kind of like angry voice for Johnny Silverhand and maybe the original tests or whatever before they had Keanu. And they said the tone changed considerably, and he's so, he's so kind of omnipresent in the game, but he works in the in kind of the resolution of the character, and when you're kind of like, you know, negotiating, like, trying to figure out, should you give yourself, should you, sacrifice yourself, or what, the kind of bargaining that you do at the end of the game. He works okay for those quiet moments. I think the quiet stuff where they're just kind of going back and forth. So once you like have a better relationship with that character and he's quieter and not just, trying to agitate you or kind of be in the way all the time, I think it works a lot better because he does like quiet, like soft spoken or kind of just minimal stuff much better. But that's not what the character's supposed to be. So I think people are kind of going to misunderstand a little bit of the intention of the character, just because how it was written, not written that great, and how it was didn't come across in the voice acting. Yeah, it's weird, and I think games are different because it didn't have to look exactly like Keanu. They could have had him do used his mannerisms and stuff in motion capture, but it didn't have to look exactly like him. It didn't have to be that John Wick with sunglasses Keanu that they ended up doing. It could have been like a modified, I guess if you're paying, you're basically paying for his likeness, so it's probably a money thing as well. If you're going to have to pay all that money, why wouldn't you make the character look like him? But I think as far as the immersion and the gameplay, that kind of screws it up because it's very distracting, because he's the only person that looks like somebody famous. There's no other. If they would have cast other famous people in some of the roles, but everyone is just generic game character person, so it's a little strange that he's the only celebrity in the game. But yeah, but it's cool. Yeah. Yeah, I heard somebody said that he took a pretty big cut in salary to be in the game. So he did a real favor for them, I think, because he could have charged a lot more. And I think, yeah. But I think that's part of the why it doesn't come across so well, because they kind of just, they knew they had him for a week or whatever, so they had to get through everything that they wanted to do with him in the game. So it's like, okay, moving on. They just did probably a lot of one take line reads that they could have done better. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if the original script was written in Polish and translated into English or whatever, or if it was originally written in English. But it just doesn't read. It doesn't sound very natural or accurate to the setting. Sometimes it sounds a little odd, and especially the kind of emotional stuff is a little odd. So I don't know, but yeah, I enjoyed it. It's got some really good moments, some really good character moments and stuff. Some stuff that doesn't quite come across, I think, how they wanted it to. But it's worth playing for just a few character deaths and things that are like, whoa, okay, that was pretty intense. And yeah, it works story wise, and it's worth getting to those points, because you feel stuff a lot more, like you've had this character as your partner or whatever, you've done missions with this character, and then something big happens to them, and it works pretty well. Narratively, you feel like, whoa, that was pretty horrible. But yeah, but it's got a kind of big drawn out ending though too. It's a lot of Yeah. Just like every like triple A more epic story, they really drag out the end. Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know what happened. We'll know someday, and it's probably just the same old thing. It's just management being trash and doing whatever they want and not thinking about the human cost for the actual developers, the actual programmers and artists and stuff. Not thinking about what that means. They're changing their mind about things. But it's no Witcher 3, that's for sure. And I don't think it can ever be. I don't think, regardless of how much they add to it or adjust it, it's never going to have that, be immersive and have that world. And also because it's not, yeah, you're not going to be distracted by Keanu Reeves. Like, there's no Keanu in the Witcher to kind of take you out of it. Yeah, I don't know. It was an odd move. I'm sure financially it worked at first until people found out how buggy the game was. Is that the first time that Sony has ever like taken a game off the game store, because of bugginess? Because that was crazy. Because that's nothing. That isn't a thing that you assume. Like, you assume you're going to have a real bug-free experience on a console, but recently, like Vermintide and some of the things that have been heavily updated but that are originally PC games, I've had crashes on my PS4 with various games that were ported from PC. So yeah, I think it's just so it wasn't new. I wasn't shocked when that happened in Cyberpunk, and I think a lot of people were shocked. Hey, Yum, how's it going? Happy New Year. Where is my cursor? Yeah, I've got a weird L-shaped monitor set up now. Well, and I think too they had CD Projekt Red had a bigger connection to portraying like Polish folklore and like the Witcher material that I think they had a deeper connection to, and they didn't with Cyberpunk. Yeah, I think that made a big difference in the writing and the tone and everything. Nice. But yeah, but it's worth it. It's probably worth waiting. It's not worth paying full price for, I think, because there's a lot of frustrating parts. The cars are terrible, and you get stuck. Their first person perspective in the car is insanely bad. It is like, I think people, the meme is, it's like a kid. It's like a 4-year-old kid sitting, because you're so low, you're seeing so much of the dash and the console and the steering wheel, and the window is just like this little strip at the top of the screen, and it's really hard to drive. In some missions I got stuck in where I couldn't change the camera once I was in the car, so the missions were impossible. You had to follow somebody. It was like a tail mission, and you had to follow them to somewhere and then kill somebody, and you just couldn't see anything that was coming. You couldn't see anything, so I just bailed on a couple of those car related missions where you had to do that first person thing. You can't do racing or anything in that first person. That's just crazy. Really bad. Yeah, so I wonder what this is going to do for the future. Oh man. All right, so what boxes? I think I already did a bad shipping thing. I did a lot. Too many cardboard boxes, I think. Oof, that fill did not go well, did it? Oh, yeah, a couple of these are open, aren't they? Yeah, they are. All right, let's try this again. Move this up. Wow. Yeah, I guess there's a lot of... Yeah, right there. A little bit open. That's it. There we go. Yes, and I can overlap some of... I don't know. I don't know if I want to do a weird perspective box for it. Yeah, I don't think these will work. Yeah, maybe just like a packing. Yeah, because this perspective works okay. It's not too extreme. The other ones are a little too overhead. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm trying to find one of them that doesn't look so crazy. Yeah, I think I'm just going to do like some packing material. Joke, although I don't want to draw bubble wrap, do I? Let's see. Yeah, maybe, well, no, I can do that with, yeah, I think it'll look better this way. All right. Bubbles, bubbles, bubbles. Yeah, because then I can shade them and highlight them a little better. Yeah, I did just get a package that was done with all of those styrofoam peanuts, those packing peanuts. Haven't seen those in a while. I think they're the degradable ones, the biodegradable ones, not the actual polystyrene, but the ones you can like put in the bathtub and dissolve in water. Those green ones. I haven't seen those little S-shaped peanuts in a while. Did I do that on the right layer? That'd be funny if I did all that on a different layer. Okay. So maybe, yeah, so it's like these kind. Not the S-shaped ones, but the little cylindrical ones. What else? Oh yeah, they have those Amazon here uses those weird bags of air. I don't know what they are. Yeah, kind of connected bags of air like this. Oh, not the same layer. So I'll do a little bit of everything. There we go. There we go. Yeah, those weird infinite strings of little pockets of air. Nice. Oh, wow. Yeah. Yeah, it was 24th was the last. Yeah, December 24th was the last stream, and then I didn't do the 31st. Oh, and I didn't. I lost the 24th on Twitch, so it's only archived on YouTube. It sucks now that Twitch doesn't let you upload anymore. So when I miss, sometimes if I missed highlighting the stream, I would just download it from YouTube and upload, but they don't let you upload anymore for whatever reason. So, okay, yes, I think we'll do packing materials. I don't have another cartoon, do I? The other one is not finished yet. We'll do full of, whoa, wrong one. Full of amazing things. Yeah, I can make this clear so that works a little bit better. Oh, I should fill this. That would be good. Then I can put it on top. Oh, this part. There we go. All right. Yeah, composition-wise, this isn't fitting. Maybe make it a little more compact. And put it somewhere else. Yeah, I don't know. Overlapping is not gonna work so well. Let's try this. Not that. This. Yeah, there you go. It's going to be hard to draw eyes on bubble wrap. All right, yeah, something like this for the group. Yeah, I can't believe that happened to Joe. YouTube just deleted his account. That's insane. They're just making their own little judgments. Okay, I like these two, and the spoon is okay. So maybe not that. Yeah, that might work okay. Not this one. Not this. This is just going to be random dishes. All right. I think we need either of these. Okay, or this. All right, let's collect what looks good. Well, that's a lot of drawing for not much result. Okay. Yeah, I don't think I need everything here even. Maybe not this. Let's try filling this. And see if I can put this behind it. have no idea what is going on in this picture. I'm just kind of composing things. Yeah, I don't know if I need the glasses either. Makes it more interesting, I guess. But this one is a little busy looking. Yeah, right. I'm sure everybody's gonna. Yeah, just if they scan through some of the chat and conversation on this live stream, I'm sure everybody's getting banned. That's just crazy that they're deciding who's good and who's bad on YouTube. Just let everybody talk and give tools to mute people or whatever. But yeah, as far as just banning accounts, that's crazy. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's annoying to moderate, but I think there's like a role that certain types of trolls have in kind of online discussion, because it keeps some people honest, some self-righteous, overly you can't expose, without kind of trolling somebody, you can't expose their hypocrisy or their kind of their weird ideas or their weird attitude without kind of it's a troll, only a troll that can kind of bring that out or make people realize how ridiculous they're being. But that's only maybe white hat trolls as opposed to the black hat trolls. I'm sure there's better words, but you know what I mean. Kind of somebody with a good intent. Banned for twerking. Alright. Okay, so something like that. I'm not sure what that's about. So packing and bowls or dishes, something like that. Alright, let's take a quick break and take a look at we got last 2 weeks. That's right, because it's been, so we got 4. Look at the comments. All right. So, January 5th. Something felt different about this new year. Yes, the 22. Yeah, that was really depressing. The idea just came from the Times Square, the footage from Times Square and stuff. It was really depressing. The ball dropping and everything this year was really lame. Wearing a mask is the simplest potential life-saving thing one can do. Yes. Oh, I'm not signed in. Oh, that's right. I'm signed in now. Am I? Yes. Okay. Oh, wait. D-O. Oh, come on. Sorry, try that again. Okay, let's read it now. All right. Yes. Okay, so wait, here we go. Wearing it is the simplest potential life-saving thing one can do. That and social distancing. Okay, let's try to like it again. Yes, Ed. Seems the same to me. Should 2020 be forgotten, never brought to mind? All right, oddling sign. Yeah, I've got a lot of mask-wearing readers. All right. Nice. Yeah, I think people are interpreting that as a criticism of masks. It was just so the idea was, and so I always usually draw the stupid glasses, the 2000 something glasses that they always make every year. So I guess I should have. That's what I should have done. I should have done 2020 glasses versus the 2021 mask. Then it would have been more apparent. All right, here's December 31st, the non-streaming week. The previous year shouldn't be hard to improve upon. Bum bum bum. All we hope is things go up. That is, if people are willing. Oh, nice, a Splatoon, a Splatoon character. Avatar. Nice. All right. So, yeah, just like random New Year's jokes. Uh-oh. Now Joe's got my password. You can log in and be me for the... on this cartoon site. You can attack all my trolls. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think you're right, Rev. 2020, like, we got to see... I mean, certain companies showed their... And I guess that's... They said that the same thing happened like in previous pandemics. This always happens. Like people take advantage. People see it as an opportunity. And so we know who the bad actors in government are, and more local government, and in companies and everything. We know exactly like where we stand with a lot of people that, yeah, it was more ambiguous before. That's a good point. All right. Oh, yeah. So this is one that I streamed. So I plan to regift all the sadness, despair, and misery of this year had failed. Gotta try posting more, by the way. Oh, that's nice. Wesley wants more comics. Those gifts should be tossed out anyways. Oh man, yeah. I want to do that. I really wish. This cartoon did better. So like financially did better. So I could do that. I'd love to do a daily cartoon again. Well, that's nice. That's nice. Somebody. Yeah. So every 2. But I noticed that when it's a daily comic, there's more like not so good jokes or not so good cartoons, but then because I'm doing it more often, the good ones are really good. Yeah, so it's like there becomes this like weird bigger dynamic range of like, yeah, that was okay because I had to do 7 cartoons in the week. So there's a couple more bummers in there, but then it gets really good, and the drawing gets better too when I'm doing it more often. The drawing style gets more it just gets tighter. But I want to do weekly or daily instead of 2 a week. And here's the Christmas Eve. Behind the facade of the gingerbread real estate racket, there was always victims. Nice. We lost our home becomes daddy's icing habit. Nice. Thank you, Podog. Eaten out of house and home. Yeah, look at that 3D frosting. Can you dig it? Look at that. All right. And 22nd. Oh, that's right. The Yule log. Oh, nice. Joe. Seriously, that's awesome. Yeah. Yeah, I heard that the PS5 is getting restocked. Yeah, I'd like to get my hands on that. I think that Cyberpunk doesn't run much better on PS5. Maybe looks better, but doesn't run, still is buggy. But yeah, I'd like to, because a lot of the stuff that I own digitally, there's some free upgrades. Although I don't think there is a lot of stuff that's like done specifically for PS5 hardware, but there's a lot of stuff that will give you free upgrades. Unattended open flames were a time-honored, death-defying holiday tradition. Famous for being absent-minded, that's why I never use candles. Oh, that was my like. I guess I read this already. Is it? Oh yeah, I guess I went back too far. That's right. I'm not doing to. Oh, I should reply. Okay. All right. Ooh, I think this is the first time I've replied in a comment. We'll see how that goes. Okay, so let's try it. Let me go back one more. Oh, that's right. Yeah. Yeah. So that's I was drawing parcels previously. Okay, let's do a couple of randoms and see. Ooh, look at that wonky picture frames. It seemed the picture frame was not going to be set upright anytime soon. Shame, shame. Yeah, 2006. No audience. 13. Oh, yeah, those are some weird. Look how digital that is, though. This is definitely one that I was like literally drawing with the holding the shift key, so you get those like perfect straight lines, but it has no life to it at all. The recycled paper felt he had somehow been here before. We're all recycled. Reincarnation. Yeah, 2013. 2019. Ooh. They had now started doubting the entire concept of soup by the pound. I'm in the concept to find a goldfish in my soup. All right. Oh, where's the other? Oh, reply. All right, one more. 2018. Look at all that. Ticket stubs and cigarette butts were a graveyard of momentary joys. The joy a ticket stub represents is something quite lasting. I could play a very long time. I don't think anyone hooked on tobacco would think of a butt as a momentary joy. It's just something you gotta do. Okay, I'm not commenting. Where's the... Oh, there it is. Yeah, right. Yeah, people like those saving the ticket stubs. That's funny. All right. Oh, wow. Oh, I missed the game talk here. Wow, a sealed Wii N64 PSA. That's awesome. Oh, drawception. Yes, sometime. Yeah. Yeah, if there's a... Oh, I should look for that. I should look for drawing games on Steam. Oh shit! Really? Ah, goddamn. Thank you, Yum. I totally missed. Sorry for the. Yeah, I'm not wearing headphones, so I totally missed the. Thank you for the donation. Let me go back and check. Oh, burnt tea. Excellent. Thank you, burnt tea. So I don't watch too much, but it seems like a really cool guy. Also, your artwork is amazing. Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, very cool. So I appreciate it, yeah. Very much. So yeah, Bert T started following a little bit back. Let me see. Yeah, thanks. Thanks a lot for the first donation of 2021. Excellent. All right. Yeah, I might have to. Yeah, it's 4:30 here now. I might have to take a quick break and drive my daughter down to the station. It's really cold and windy, so I think walking is going to do her much good. So I might have to take a little 10-minute break coming up here. Nice. Yeah, thanks so much. Thanks for watching. Yeah, sorry I missed the notification. I'm not hearing it. So I got to get my little earbuds back. All I have is big headphones. I don't want to wear those while I'm drawing it. Sometimes I've been wearing those for doing game nights and stuff online, like doing role-play games on Discord or Roll20. And yeah, after an hour or two, even pretty cushioned headphones, my head gets pretty miserable. So multiple hours. Yeah, thanks a lot. Yeah, I gotta get my notifications going. Yeah, I should do some GIF animations too of the of some of the cartoons. That would be fun to have for the notifications. Have some more abuse themed stuff. All right, so let's get back to the drawing part. Oh, wow. Nice collection, Joe. That's pretty sweet. Yeah, I've got a bunch of open stuff, but yeah, when I first came to Japan, I started collecting all the older consoles, and like they had, it was crazy. You could get like a used. I think I talked about this before, but a used Neo Geo for like $30. So that was really fun to get access to game systems and stuff, and especially a lot of the stuff that wasn't ever localized for the U.S. Mostly like Sega Saturn games. There's a lot of stuff that, because it had a longer lifespan in Japan, a lot of stuff that never came over. A lot of Evangelion and different games that they did for the Saturn. All right. Oh yeah, I don't know if that's true, but I just saw some headline that said Sega may be. That doesn't make any sense, like technology-wise. But Sega may be working on a new console. They may do a Sega-branded console again. I didn't think Sega was doing that well, so that's a little surprising. But that would be cool. It just doesn't seem like consoles are a good idea anymore unless you've got really good connections with hardware manufacturers. Like you're doing your own chip sets or whatever, there's no it seems like it's way too expensive, because always consoles are you're selling them at a loss. So yeah, I don't know why they would do that, and it may have been one of those misleading headlines where it's like, oh, they're going to do an Android, based. Sometimes they call things consoles that aren't, like that stupid KFC console. It turns out now it's just a PC. It's just like a PC and a with a drawer you can put chicken in. Yeah, I'd like my PC to be nice and hot and then smell like KFC grease, and it would never ever stop smelling like KFC grease. That would be the most horrible part of it. Forever chicken smell. Yeah, but they were saying it was going to be a console, and now it's just that's the stupidest marketing thing ever, is just to piggyback on the new Xbox and PS5. They're doing press releases for a KFC console. Where is my... Oh, I guess, yeah, multiply. All right. And what is in this other, maybe something the color of like cola or something? Nice. Yeah, Joe, I'm the same with collecting. Like, I don't think I've ever let go of anything anything I've ever bought as a collection, as a collector. Like, I have books that I probably could have sold for a profit, or different things that became more valuable, and never. So hopefully grandchildren or something can loot my remains and benefit somehow. But yeah, I'm definitely much more of a collector than a dealer of anything, because I never can part with stuff. That was a problem I even had like as an artist, like doing paintings and things. I always felt like a weird loss, or a weird separation anxiety of selling paintings. So I was always maybe digital is good for me, because I never have to let go of anything. I always have the original digital art, but I was always surprised by that, how that I get that weird kind of separation anxiety from selling paintings and things. That's very odd and very not very useful. Because I was happy to think about people like hanging my canvases or panels in their homes, but at the same time it's like, oh, but yeah, now I don't have it anymore, and I spent, you kind of have a weird connection with the object, especially with like a canvas or something where you've spent hours working on it, and it feels weird to let go of that. I think there's some process there that I'm not doing very attuned to or not paying attention to. But that was weird. That was a very weird feeling. Shouldn't feel like that, but always, yeah, didn't like the didn't like parting with things. So that's why I never sold very well as an independent artist. All right, let's see here. Yeah, I should be an artist and an art thief, so I can make money selling paintings and then steal them back. That's just sad. Yeah, but there's just it's a weird thing. It's a weird feeling, like the connection to like something that you've made, something you've kind of like because a lot of times with paintings you're really struggling. Like there's a lot of stuff that goes on. I think it's different with like illustration, but when you're painting, there's a lot of struggle, and so what you did was like documented on this canvas, and then just to have it disappear feels strange. Very strange. Yeah, always the struggle. That was the thing I never dealt with well. All right. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, that would be what is that? That's like the artistic equivalent of what's that stupid show? The serial killer the crime scene investigator serial killer guy. It's like just the name. I forget. But yeah, it's like one of those things where it's the art thief artist, make something valuable and then get it back. All right, maybe some highlights. Okay. Oh, yeah. Let me check. I may have to take a quick break. Let's see. So, oh yeah, some little more highlight. Yeah, I don't think you'd see anything over there. Oh, I should actually put some shadow here. Yeah, there we go. More liquid. Okay, yeah, let me take a quick break. So sorry to have to be out, but it's really miserable cold. I don't want my daughter getting sick because I made her walk down walk down in this horrible weather. So I'll take like a maybe 10-15 minute break. Oh, nice. Oh, yeah, I saw that. Yeah, the shredded. Oh, nice. Oh, yeah. Yeah. There's also plastic model kits of the classic consoles in Japan too. The old Famicom and Sega Master System and stuff has a plastic kit you can build. That's cool. Okay, cool. So I will be. Oh, I didn't make a be right back graphic. Ah, shit. Okay, just as. Do I even have? Do I even have one? I don't know. Sorry. I was making a be right back. All right. Yeah, so I will be right back. I'll just put, I don't have a graphic for that. So I'm just going to put up the info for the stream and I'll come right back. Sorry about that. I'll put some. All right. Oof. Made it back. Yeah, that was that was cold. Yeah, I think we're getting some big cold front from China. So yeah, it's brutal out there. It doesn't usually get below freezing very often here, so we get very little snow, but we will probably this week. Oof. All right. Nice. 11. Oh, I said 10 minutes. It took 10 minutes. Oh no. Unfollow. Oh man. Oh, I forgot to put the little eyes on everything. Um yeah, so pretty brutal. But very cold winter is good. Mild winters here are terrible because that means the insects are out of control the next summer. So I don't mind cold winters at all. All right. All right. Yep. I think that works. So did I lose everybody? Yeah, it's like -4 or something Celsius, whatever that is in Fahrenheit. Yeah, so probably like 30 something, maybe 20, like high 20s. So nothing, nothing compared to what most of you in the U.S. are dealing with. But hey, Joe. But it's yeah, it's much colder than it usually is here. All right, so there we've got some eyes, and this one. But yeah, so we're gonna end up with snow, and there's no snow removal here because it's so rare. So it becomes a little dangerous. They'll salt some areas and some of this like steep inclines. There's kind of special textured pavement that they have in most of the places to help help if there's any problem for it. You know, like heavy rain or also snow. It works with snow, and then they'll salt things, but it's not. Jeez. Yeah, but it's not as good as actually being able to plow things. Very light green. There we go. All right, I think I want to do some transparency. Huh. All right. Yeah. And then just do that. All right. Nice. I think I missed a lot in those 11 minutes. All right, some shadow here. Okay. And then try this. Oh yeah, that looks like plastic. All right. Yeah, hopefully the schedule gets back to normal starting this week. Yeah, so school starts again. And yeah, I don't know though if I guess the school will keep going even with the shutdown, but it's going to be they haven't announced it yet, but we'll see. See how it goes. Ugh. Yeah, just in time to shut down again. Things will open up. I don't know if this is going to read exactly how I want it, but close enough. There we go. Yeah, maybe these can be a little shinier too. Okay. Packing peanuts. Whoops. There we go. So what am I putting eyes on here? Oh yeah, that reads well enough. There we go. All right. Nutty bread talk. Oh man. Okay. So let's do a little. So I got a. I don't think I've had one of these before on the stream. Oh yeah, I don't have my convenience store thing. I don't know where that went. Let me see. Let me switch to my background here. Yeah, I guess I can just do this. Let's see. Oh, there we go. Ah, yeah, yeah, against white you can really see how my keying is not working very well. But I brought a curry bread. So karepan is very popular in Japan. So curry, as in like the British idea of curry, not the like not Indian or Thai or anything. It's kind of sweet and like a stew, more like a very unspicy, and it's usually kind of like a family stew. So this is a premium. This is actually from the grocery store, so not quite convenience store, but you get these at a convenience store as well. But this is a cheese curry bread, so it got a little squished in the bag. And this is telling me it's premium and it's got camembert cheese in it. But it kind of looks like a donut. It's fried like a donut. I think the same way as a donut, just in light oil, just kind of flipped back and forth. And so it's this open bread, and Mr. Donut and the donut shops, because it's made the kind of similar way, have these here in Japan. But this is a really standard kind of lunch food or a snack food here. Let's see if you can see. Yeah, so inside is just curry. This is a good one. Inside is just a little bit of curry, and there's a layer of cheese in here. But it's not, it's made with a roux, like a curry roux and some of the same spices, but it's really, really mild and really, really sweet. So sometimes when, in England, when they talk about curries, it's this kind of curry, not of super Indian, like a very spicy Indian style curry. So it's like a brown curry, usually chicken or beef based. Yeah, but these are really good. And just about everywhere. This is one of the first Japanese pastries that I really liked. because they're, just the flavor's a little more interesting. It's not very different from a lot of Japanese food. So I think it kind of came from, kind of combination of India and England, but not spicy. It just, very, very slightly. Any kind of spice. Oh, there's the cheese. We finally hit the cheese. Yeah, the really nice bakeries and the more expensive. I forget how much. This was like it's only like a couple of bucks. Yeah, $1.98. So yeah, less than $2. But they had one that had like roast beef inside of it, the cubes of roast beef, and this was just the one with the cheese. And they do a lot of vegetarian curries too. But oh wow, big piece of cheese. I guess I should have heated this up. But yeah, since they're already fried, you can eat them cold, and even if they have meat in them or whatever, they stay good for a while. But it's nice if you put them in the toaster oven a little bit before kind of get things heated up again. Yeah, it's really good. Yeah. It's worth it, definitely. Yeah, that lighter kind of curry. It's just easier to eat as even like for breakfast too. I've had these a lot because they're kind of like donuts. I've had these a lot for breakfast because it feels more substantial and it's not sweet. I mean, it's relatively. It's not a dessert. It's not sugary sweet, but the curry itself is a little sweeter than it's more like a kid's curry. So curry is a kind of standard thing in Japan that like every mama or housewife will cook because it's just vegetables and fruit and everything just cooked down with a little curry roux, and you can just leave it on the stove. And so curry rice is really common. Like that's a lot of people's like comfort food or kind of their home cooking, and every mother's recipe is a little different. Like some use apples and some use bananas and some use like different combinations of fruit. So every mother's curry is a little different. So your mama's so it's like a stew, like the soup or the stew that your mom makes with like a home recipe. So that is the very unique to your childhood memories and the tastes. So yeah, it's very funny. That's a very funny thing here is that everyone cooks a curry and they all have kind of a different way that they do it. That was a big piece of cheese. It should have been better melted, I think. But yeah, the nicer the place or the nicer the bakery, usually the better the ingredients, the flavor is good. But it's always good. And there's many different kinds. You can actually get more Indian style spicy like keema curry or something inside. But they'll usually denote that because it's a little bit different from the usual kind of Japanese style. Like when you see the curry bread, it's kind of an expectation of it being like a home curry, like not very spicy. Wow. Yeah, this was a good choice. Yeah, so curry breads are very popular. And they all look the same. They all look like a deep fried little tiny football. They're like a football shape. And are the same kind of lightly fried color. So very easy. But you can see, so it is actually, that is bread. It's slightly raised, bread that's then filled with curry, and then the whole thing is deep fried. So I'm sure calorie-wise it's pretty crazy, but it's so good. The combination is just perfect. There's a lot of filled bread kind of snacks, and there's a lot of pre-made sandwiches that are those sandwiches like where the crust's cut off, but it's made into like a sealed little pocket. It's just the same kind of thing. It's just like a filled bread that they seal off and then deep fry. Yeah, good stuff. Yeah, Penang curry. Yeah. Nice. No, I had this from yesterday. Yeah, I stopped at the curry stand. Yeah, I gave my daughter the roast beef one. That's really good. Big chunks of roast beef in the curry. Yeah, so the roux is a very dark, kind of dark brown. And you can get it in just little cubes here. So very easy to make at home. So you just cook down like a stew and then put the curry roux in at the end. And it gives it the kind of more flavor and the darkness, but the base of your whatever ingredients you have. So chicken and beef are, yeah, super popular. Oh, that was so good. Okay. So yeah, so the yeah, this isn't really branded. It was just the grocery store brand, but it's the premium one. So that's why the taste is really good. So a lot of them are, just kind of factory machine made. I think some of the grocery store ones are more handmade, so a little bit nicer. Wow. So yeah, Japanese curry, karepan or curry breads are really, really good in Japan, and you can get them everywhere. Convenience stores and like I said, the donut shops and everything will carry them. And yeah, and there's even like little stands and things in the train stations. It's that popular that just about every little donut or pastry stand will have one, because it's you can just eat it for lunch. It's like kind of the same way like the onigiri, the kind of rice balls, are eaten. Sorry about that. That I send you guys in advance the thing I'm going to eat, and so we can all eat it together, so you don't have to go through withdrawal. That would have been great for those snack boxes and stuff. That would have been a great gimmick, is to do a live stream where you all try the snacks together, and then you can chat about which one is the best or the worst. Yeah, I wonder if anybody does that, an eat along live stream. That would be fun. Oh. But yeah, there's I've never had British, like home cooked British curry, so I don't know how similar it is. But I'm kind of guessing. I'm just making that assumption that it didn't come from India. It actually came from England. That style, that sweet home cooked style of curry. Yeah, yeah, we should. Yeah, and it'd be maybe easier with like prepackaged snacks. Like I'll do. Yeah, just just do this month's snack, and then I'll try it together. Yeah, that would be fun. Mm. Yeah, if there was a well, once the mail system settles down, yeah, it took. I was waiting for a package from a an online store in Italy for 6 months, and every month delay was supposedly because of the pandemic. But yeah, that was crazy. So yeah, I think the delivery stuff, and they were even shipping FedEx. They were waiting to receive it. They hadn't received anything, so they didn't have inventory. But then when they sent it out from Italy, it was FedEx, and it still took a week. It still took more than a week, and it went Italy, France, India, China, Japan. It was a very yeah, very odd, because the tracking, of course, for FedEx is good, so you can easily follow. But yeah, and it sat in the French depot for a long time. Uh, but yeah, so I think shipping is still messed up. And I heard the big problem right now is, I guess, Asia is like still doing very not 100%, but they're pretty back to normal capacity for shipping. And so a lot of things that are going out to Europe and Australia and America, there's not a lot coming back. So there's actually a shortage of containers. So there's fewer shipments, but there's also fewer available containers. So they're having trouble. If you're shipping something, you're actually in a queue waiting for a container to put your cargo in, because there's fewer of them and fewer going out. So there's container shortages right now, just because of the kind of imbalance in trade, and that'll be going on who knows how long. Oh, I know. I really want to try. Well, I want to just go upstairs and steal my daughter's. Oh no, she had that for lunch, so yeah, I can't. it's already gone. But that roast beef one is good. I had that one last week or whatever. That one's really good. Okay, yeah. The only problem which I'm kind of dealing with now is the breading or whatever they put on the outside. It's kind of messy, so it falls off a lot. So you kind of make a bit of a mess. It's just like a donut with some something very loose on the outside. It crumbles pretty easily. All right. Yeah, that's really good. And it's definitely light enough you can have it for breakfast or whatever. It's very it's filling, but it's very light. All right. Yeah, that would be really fun. It'd be fun to because I could get like bigger boxes of stuff and then just send out little shipments of everything, and we can try everything all at the same time. I don't think I could find the really interesting flavors or really unique stuff in bigger quantities, though. It'd probably be the more generic flavors, just like the chocolate or the matcha or whatever of whatever snack. But that would be really fun to do that as a group. Yeah, my daughter said in L.A. her favorite import shop that had all the kind of Japanese snacks and goods and stuff that she likes was burnt down in one of the protests. So she lost her Japan import connection like near her place. That sucks. I could see why they targeted the evil Japanese import shop for their role in colonialism. I don't know. I don't know. All right. So I guess we should do some writing then. Yeah, so for this I was just thinking about the being surprised by the variety of stuff on the inside. Oh, let me shift the keyboard. Yeah, so I was surprised the tablet was really easy to reinstall on the new machine. Everything else was a pain in the ass, but the tablet worked really well. And and my camera, yeah, the the cam link that I use, so it takes the HDMI out of the camcorder and like makes it streamable, would not work on this new computer. It was really brutal, and I don't know why. I think it was like an OBS problem, so I just kept uninstalling, reinstalling the camera, and finally it worked. But yeah, I was getting worried because it's when I do the like unboxings and stuff and I'm like shooting down, I need a higher resolution camera. So just this camera here is just a little Logitech webcam, but when I'm shooting like the tabletop and stuff, I use the output of a nicer, like a 4K video camera, and it didn't work at all. All right. Yeah, I think it was just an easy target. Well, that's the funny thing. And whenever there's some political issue or whatever between China and Japan, the first thing that they destroy is like the Uniqlo shops and all of the Japanese like thought to be Japanese brands in China, but most of those are basically run and produced by China. Like especially the ones in China, they're completely China run. Maybe they have the like the board of directors or the CEO or whatever is Japanese, but everything below is Chinese. So they're basically destroying a Chinese business. But because it was originated as a Japanese brand, it's a target for political outrage. All right. So so the variety of inside there, that bubble wrap looks pretty bad. I don't think it's quite reading as a bubble wrap, but oh well, it should make sense. So the quantity insides something about what they were protecting inside him, or what he was carrying. Yeah, it was good just because of the weird shape of that air plastic air pocket thing. I was thinking about like internal organs or insides. He was announced, or he was amazed. He was amazed at the quantity and variety of his inside. It doesn't really connect enough to what's going on or what's doing. How safe something had to be. I don't know. Well, let me think on this. And this is even worse. I have no idea. Soup and salad. I don't know whether there's a spoon if I'm talking about soup or salad. And salad's usually a plate, isn't it? Like a salad bowl is a shallow. Well, soup can be too, I guess. No, let's not do soup or salad jokes. Yes. Bowls. Huh. Something about bowl culture, bowl life. Yeah, maybe the personality, the range of personalities, the range of something about bowls. Bowls being very different. Function. Whoa. Others. I was just thinking bowls varied widely. No, something very different about every bowl. Every bowl was surprisingly opinionated or unique. It's the same function, unique outlook on life. I don't know, unique opinion. So bowls were similar in function, but varied, and function as well, but varied widely in opinion, or like something stronger than opinion. Maybe all bowls were similar in function, but varied greatly in identity. Oh, there we go. Yeah, not enough for much else. That's good. That's good. Yeah, leaving. If they were only shipping, packing materials. Well, that's, yeah, I like that better. Yeah, something about being only full of packing materials. Yeah, sorry, Sedona. These are pretty odd. There's not much to grab onto with these images. They're pretty. I gotta warm up. It's the beginning of the year. I gotta get back in practice. I've had too much time off. All right. Yeah, the holiday ones that you wrote, Sedona, that you basically wrote entirely, did really well. Yeah, they were well received on Go Comics. That was really fun. All right. But varied widely in something like stupidly strong. Like, what would a bowl have that nothing else? Intolerance in very widely in taste, in outlook, opinion, or I don't know. It's just got to be something that like clashes, very much with the idea of a bowl. Uh, oh, nice. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Nice. Yeah, longer to wash. I like that. Uh, yeah, I think better than the guts. I think, yeah, that he was only transporting packing material. Yeah, so he seemed to be only, uh, he was, seemed to be, he was shipping only packing material. Let's see. Yeah, overprotective. Doesn't need to be the first word, but something overprotective. The packing material. All of the packing, all of the all of the, all of the packing material made him feel overprotective. Something else. Hmm. Yeah, being full of just the material is good. Oh, bottom of the bowl. I like that. Nice. Oh, did he concede? Was there a oh, you guys are gonna make me look up news? Is there? Oh, that would be crazy. Yeah, because they forced the. You guys are gonna make me look up. Oh, come on. That should be the first. That should be the first search. No, Monday. I wonder if his Twitter will ever be reinstated. Authorizing transition, not concession. Whatever. Yeah. Crazy. Ah. Oh, the news is going to be so lost because they're going to be so kind to Biden. They're going to miss that blood rage they've had for so many years. Where's my cursor? I don't like this new monitor configuration. I'm very confused. Yeah, the large amount. I don't think. Yeah, I don't think there'll be ever be a concession. It'll just be a quiet helicopter ride, a Nixon style helicopter ride. Oh yeah, depth. Bowls and depth is good. And bottom of the bowl is good. So I'm looking up headlines live. Oh Jesus! So there's a Pennsylvania. So they keep halting the process. Lovely. Where's the remote? Oh, here it is. Okay, do not shut down. Oh, I'm the edge of the green screen. All right. Yeah, so they're still counting. All right. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they definitely do. Yeah, they definitely need to cover that. I think the country needs to see that happening, just like you need to, see a body. You gotta see a body to know that there was a murder. Yeah, I think that would be the beginning of. Yeah, I would be really surprised if Twitter reinstated his account because there's no point. Okay. The so maybe not overprotective. For little else? No, that's so weird. For not much else. Yeah, so let's try to have the overprotective amount. I like overprotective. I don't know. I'm forcing it in here, but overprotective amount of packing materials left room for not much else. Oh yeah, oof, that would be rough to see him in an orange jumpsuit without hair care products. That's gonna be brutal. Yeah, I just hope we don't get like South Korea, where the corruption, every politician's corruption is now completely exposed. So as they leave office, they go straight from office to jail. That's like a cycle that's been going on for a while, for decades now. In South Korea, the corruption is so bad, or I don't know if it's, corruption is worse than anywhere else, but it's so exposed by political enemies or whatever, by unhappy members of the same party, whatever. People get so exposed for their bribery and corruption charges while they're president that they go from office to prison cell. It just keeps happening. So I hope America doesn't become that same sort of mess where their politicians are obviously doing things bad enough to be imprisoned, and it's only the protection of the office that keeps them out. Oh, curry. All right. The overprotective amount of packing materials left room for not much else. Well, that works okay. Yeah. Oh, in depth. Yeah. So kind of double meaning of depth, like physical depth or emotional depth or whatever, intellectual depth. That works. Depth is good. For what's going on here? Where is my layer? Yeah, very white. That's the kind of stupid joke I was trying to come up with. Yes, that word that I wanted. So yeah, varied widely in depth. Oh man. It's crazy. Yeah, but I think I hope that people start realizing that Trump wasn't the cause of anything, but was a symptom of, kind of the people feeling very disenfranchised and very frustrated with the country. And that's not going to end with him gone. They're just going to feel, voiceless, because a lot of people, somebody said something really interesting. I forget what I was listening to, but says something interesting about Trump is the thing that's so strange about him is the way he works is you can project onto him whatever you want him to be. If you want him to be this, capitalist nightmare villain, super corrupt and taking advantage of his office, he is that. And if you want him to be this savior that's like speaking, against the system and, is the voice of the word. I don't know how you can do this, but it is a voice of working people or a voice of regular people. Like that works. Like people can see him that way. So that's the very strange thing about him, is that different people got a very different image of him. So he worked well to play the role of the villain, but also to play the role of the savior, or the I can't think of that savior, but that's a better word. But just like, someone that represented interests, and it's very unique, I think. And maybe it just comes from his like experience as like a media, like reality TV character, is that he doesn't have anything particularly solid to grab onto, so people can just project that. But it still means, even with him gone, that there's a lot of unhappy people, and after more lockdowns and everything, they're going to not only be unhappy but desperate. So I don't financially. So I really hope that that's that the next administration is planning for that and is going to be able to deal with that, or else, yeah, we're just going to have more of this going on. The people that are fine during all of this are going to be more fine, and the people that are having their lives ruined are going to be completely ruined. I don't want to see the photos and the video that's coming of all of the evictions, like the mass evictions that are going to happen once they lift the restrictions on eviction. There's people that I'm sure haven't paid rent in a year and are going to be really fucked because that rent is still due. It's just you can't be kicked out for it. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it really did. I mean, really made people like frothingly angry or like rabidly faithful. It's like, how did the one person do both of those things? Create this like cheering, fan base, and create this like enough people in like media and entertainment to just switch their entire careers to like attacking this one figure. There's like many more targets, like political targets, out there, and he was just like too good to pass up. Yeah, it's amazing. That would, Joe, you're very funny. Yeah, I have no idea. And unfortunately, unlike Bush Jr., he probably is not going to be quiet after this. Like, if he still thinks he has some pull with that group, of disenfranchised, kind of frustrated Americans, he can make money on that. He can, start some sort of media project or something that will make money from people's unhappiness. So that really sucks. If that's, we're just going to hear more noise for 4 more years. Right, the overprotective amount of packing materials left room for little else, for not much else. For almost nothing else. Protective amount of materials. Left room for very little else. Not much else. Yeah, not much else, I guess, is the best way to put it. Yeah. Yeah, it is really like, weirdly cultish. Ugh. Yeah. But with no political power, then it's just going to be popularity. And he already had, that as a reality TV personality. But I don't think there's any way to turn that into who knows? Who knows? I mean, America is always full of surprises. Yeah, no, I think that's a good point. Is that there is no savior. There is no, and that's a really big. Just like people think, oh, there's got to be a pill. There's got to be a drug that fixes this problem with my life. There's got to be a person. There's a person I can turn to or look up to or worship. Just a person, just a human being that will make my life better, that will save me, and that's never true. So it's really scary that when people command that, that's very scary. But the one answer, I mean, it's like irresistibly simple and irresistibly like uncomplicated. Oh, this is the way. This is the guy. This is the thing. And that's very American style. Our superhero, obsession is that. That's where that comes from. The one amazing person, Steve Jobs and Elon Musk. what's this? Yeah, just like you're worshiping the great men, and seeing them as these saviors. They're going to have us living on the moon and computing and at whatever in our so conveniently. I still think. I mean, that's the. I don't. I think I've complained about this multiple times on stream, but I am still so disgusted by that interview with Steve Jobs, where after the iPad was released, the interviewer said, "Oh, your kids must be so happy. They must. They must be the luckiest kids in the world. They have, all have iPads and." Have access to the newest versions and everything. That must be so great for them. And he's like, no, I would never have this this technology in my house. I would never let my children use this. Everyone else's children, it's fine. But yeah, Steve Jobs, the poison he's peddling is not for his children's consumption. That was really disgusting because he knew exactly what they were selling and what they were doing. This like screen that you got your nose in way too much. I would never let my kids do that. Great. Then maybe before you designed that device, you should have said we shouldn't be doing this, because they're just going to stick it. Everyone's going to give one to their kids. They're not going to talk to them anymore. Yes. That's true. Yeah. It's been very eye-opening, the amount of crazy we saw last year, and it's not going away. Yeah, I love that expression, coming out of the woodwork. Yeah, I wonder what the origin of that is. Yeah. Coming out of the woodwork. All right. Elbows were similar in function but varied widely in depth. Yeah, that's a kind of a classic tone to a stupid domestic abuse cartoon. That silly pun. Amount of packing left. Amount of packing materials left room for not much else. Yes. Okay. I think we did it. I think that is the way. Oh man. Yeah, but here, I have to show you my Christmas present from Christmas present from my father. Oh, that's so sad. How old am I? But this is something it went out of print last year, and so I was really worried I was gonna have to buy it secondhand for like triple price or whatever, because it's already way too overpriced. But the Criterion collection of the 25, what is it, 25, what it should say, I think it's 25 movies of Zatoichi, the blind swordsman. So this character is insane. I think I first saw these movies on IFC. I think it was like something on cable. They used to be on all the time. And so they're produced from the 60s to 70s in Japan. And the same actor, let me see if I can find... Oh, it's all artwork. There's no photos, I don't think. But Criterion did a Blu-ray. So they're only 2K, but they're cleaned up. The noise and everything's cleaned up, but the source doesn't let them go any higher, I think, than... Oh, wait, no, I'm sorry. I'm thinking of another movie collection. No, these are 4K resolution, but it was indie movies, that's right. The Hal Hartley movies, they only restored to 2K. These are Criterion 4K. But yeah, so this character is really excellent. So he's like a former criminal that learned swordsmanship. He has like a sword master, and so it's based on there was this original short story that this was based on, where this character came from, and they put him in a movie, and the actor portrayed the character so well that it kind of crossed over. So not only could they get people that liked action and sword movies in Japan, but also women and kids and everything. The character was charming enough that there was a lot of sympathy, and worked really well. So yeah, this is amazing. So if you've never seen a original Zatoichi movie, I would encourage you to. They're insanely good. So it's one of those box sets that where they got Criterion always gets a bunch of illustrators to do stuff. So Oh, actually, I don't know if they are 4K because there's like multiple movies. Yeah, there's 3 movies on each, so maybe they are only 2K. There's like 3 movies on each disc, but it's a very similar structure. So he's just like a traveling. So the blind people very often for work. There's not a lot of things that they could do in like uh, Edo period Japan. So very often they were trained as masseuse, and so I don't know what the plural of that is. They're trained as a masseuse. So he would travel around and do massage, and so like wealthier people or people staying at hotels or inns or whatever. There's like a whistle that he would blow that's like a unique signal. There's a lot of those interesting things where different merchants or different trades, they had like a bell or a block of wood or something that would be their sound. And so if you heard that sound, you knew that there was a guy selling something or that did something. So he travels around with this whistle, and uh, his basic work is massage, but he is a swordsman, for hire basically, or for or that not really is not a mercenary, but is always like on the side of the weak and defenseless or whatever. So of course he keeps wandering into these situations where these small villages are overrun by some yakuza gang, or some crime boss is abusing the local people. So he's always protecting the weak and the innocent. But it's really cool. He's got a cane sword, so his walking stick is just like looks like a short cane that he walks with because he's blind. But it's actually, so he draws like underhand draws his katana from the cane itself. So it's like and it's very fast. So like most Japanese sword movies, it's like a flashing sword. So it's just very, very, very quick, and then he resheaths the sword in the cane, so he looks like a blind man with a cane. But it's amazing, really amazing stuff. So Katsu Shintaro is the Shintaro Katsu is the actor, and kind of a chubby guy, kind of he isn't the kind of classically handsome Japanese actor, so it works really well. But yeah, this is amazing. I collected these on DVD when they first came out in the 90s, and never finished the set. They're kind of expensive. I never finished the set, but now they're all together in a big fat Blu-ray. So yeah, so the Zatoichi movies, that's one of the weird Japanese things that I was obsessed with before I'd ever come to Japan, was the Blind Swordsman. Yeah. And so they start out in black and white. The first like the first half of the 60s are in black and white, and then they become then they're color by the 70s. But the other thing that's interesting is, I think a lot of because Star Wars and things was inspired a lot from all the sword, the samurai and the Japanese sword movies, is now you see so many Jedi characters with that underhand grip where the blade is down and they're holding the hilt. They're holding the hilt inverted, and so they're drawing up, and that's totally from this sword style. Like, he kind of on film was the first person to like really do that style, because he's using a concealed sword, so it comes out of his cane. Yeah, but these movies are excellent. I'm not sure where, there might be some on Amazon Prime. They're definitely on the Criterion channel streaming thing, but yeah, they're so good. And it's that same Japanese thing though, where the structure of every movie is almost exactly the same. The beginning is the introduction of this problem that he's going to have to deal with. So he always finds somebody that's just been robbed or is dying or something, and they kind of give him, you have to go, you have to give this to my daughter, or you have to, he finds a baby in one of the movies and he has to get the baby back to the mother, and it always takes him into this very corrupt, miserable situation where his ability is the only thing that's going to save him, or save the town, or save the innocent people. And there's also, because he was a former yakuza himself, former gambler and kind of probably soldier, foot soldier, is he knows gambling, and he has a super keen sense of hearing, I guess that they're saying. So he can hear the result of the dice in the gambling parlor. So that's the gag that they do several times, is he'll go into one of these Yakuza gambling parlors where they're rolling 2 dice and betting on even or odd. It's a very classic kind of gambling style. and so he knows the results of the dice, so he can win by just listening listening to the dice. So very fantasy version, but it's really good. Yeah, I really love those. The just the kind of melodrama and the action of the movies. It's like a perfect blend. It's like they really struck this like really nice balance and just did it for almost 2 decades. Like they made 25 movies, like almost a movie every year, or more than one movie a year, for 2 decades. And yeah, really good stuff. Yeah, but yeah, so that was my that was my my Christmas gift. So it's so funny because these are of course available here in Japanese, but there's no subtitles, and they speak like old Edo Japanese. So even if you can understand Japanese pretty well, the style that they're speaking is very dated, and it can get very confusing, and there's a lot of strange words that they don't use anymore. I mean, they're very period kind of expressions or ways that they address people. So the subtitles are pretty necessary. And so I got Japanese films from America for Christmas. But I was happy to see that they continue to keep that in print, because I was worried I didn't know if Criterion like reprinted stuff, because it sold out. It'd been sold out for a while, and sometimes those sets like never come back, so they like sit for like $500 or whatever on Amazon and eBay and stuff, and it was just ridiculous. But yeah, so Zatoichi movies. The sad thing is though, because he passed away in the 80s. He was a real coke head and party guy, that the actor, and so I think he passed away in the 80s, maybe 90s. Yeah, but and made films. He did a TV series based on this character as well in the early 80s and maybe late 70s, early 80s, and so he's been gone for a while. His wife is still pretty popular. Kind of TV personality and stuff, but they've kept trying to remake this character in movies in Japan and have just never gotten it right. They like just do kind of it always has a weird tone. I guess the Takeshi did the best version of this, but it was very musical. It was almost a musical, so that was a little odd. But then they've tried to do a young version, like a young man character, and then a female character, and it just doesn't work. And especially because like a blind, and the female version they did was a younger woman. She's in so much more peril. Like it feels a little scarier, because like he's always just kind of wandering by himself, alone, from adventure to adventure. And when that's a young girl, like you don't feel like people are going to attack, just attack and rob her or want to duel her. It's like always like this. It's this higher sense of danger, and it feels very. Yeah, it wasn't very good version. It kind of felt odd. But yeah, good. Sorry, good characters. I guess I was running out of things to talk about. But yeah, so it's a really good character, and I'm so glad that finally. So even if these disappear from streaming, that's the weird thing I'm getting about physical media, is I still want to buy copies of stuff that I want to be able to watch anytime, because streaming platforms are so unpredictable. Things like come and go, and like they lose the rights, or they just take them off the service. If they're like rotating stuff, some of them, especially like the more curated streaming services, just kind of like rotate stuff. So sometimes it's on, sometimes it's off. Sometimes only season 1 and then the season 2, and so it gets a little difficult to watch things sometimes. Yeah, so basically these movies and maybe like the Sopranos box set are the things that I always want to be able to watch at any time, and I don't want to have to rely on what subscription I have or whatever. So that's like the two like box sets that I've got whatever new format comes out. But I guess probably Blu-ray is going to be the last physical media, isn't it? Like they're not going to bother investing money in creating another physical media when streaming is so dominant. Oh, but so that was happy. I was glad that existed again, because there's so many, like when you think about like old TV shows or whatever. And it's amazing they've done like Blu-ray boxes of a lot of old shows, but they do really small runs and they sell out, and then you just have people like selling them for insane amounts because they've been out of print for so long. So the thing that sucks about physical media is depending on the popularity at the time that they were released, does a lot to the availability. There's some stuff that and some stuff that never even made it off of beyond DVD. And that's a lot of discs. So just like a TV show or whatever, that's a lot of discs if you want a complete series of anything on DVD. Yeah. Oh yeah. So the same. So this was Criterion. So Criterion is the ones that cleaned up and re-released those. And the other. Oh, I'll show this. So another stupidly American thing that I bought, the Japanese version, is the Godzilla. Oh, maybe I should do this on here. Wait. Here. A little bit bigger. Yeah, so Criterion, so the same company also did Babam, the Showa Godzilla movie. So Showa means anything before the 90s. So it means like 70s, 80s, and the last one was... But unfortunately, they put it in a very inconvenient, giant hardback book. So instead of a box set, it's like a box book. But the illustrations are insane. Yeah, the illustrations are really insane on this. They got some really good illustrators to do their kind of tributes to Godzilla. And then an essay. Where's the movies? Oh, yeah. And then they did the discs like this. Hey, Deface Sites, thanks for the follow. So yeah, so here's all the discs. So kind of Blu-ray, cleaned up Blu-ray of all of the movies. So it's the movies. It's not all Godzilla movies. It's Godzilla movies through what they call the Showa era, the Showa Imperial era. But it's I think everything up to 80 something. It's the last one. Oh, that's supplements. Yeah, Terror of Mechagodzilla, I think, is the last one. So that's probably, early 80s. So it's the 50s through the early 80s. I think it was 89 actually. So 89 that Heisei. So Godzilla keeps dying off. Like the popularity of the character keeps dying off. So there's a couple of different eras. So there was like a maybe 10-year period, maybe less than that, but there was like a period of no Godzilla between like during the 80s to the early 90s. Then there was a resurgence, and then so there's the Heisei era of Godzilla, which is all the 90s kind of revival, and they basically remade a lot of these original movies. But the stuff that I grew up with and the stuff that's nice to see like actually cleaned up is all of the stuff from the 50s, 60s, and the 70s. So that's in this giant this giant book. So it's impossible to put on a DVD shelf, but it's a neat piece as far. So that's the stupidity of stupidity of the Japanese media that I have in English. Oh man. Oh yeah. That would be nice. Yeah, the Chaplin collection, especially. I think Criterion does Chaplin movies too. Like they did restoration of Chaplin movies. But yeah, the old, especially the feature films, the Modern Times, and a lot of the really nice theatrical. Yeah, I loved old Chaplin stuff, and especially to see it cleaned up would be great. Because those performances are insane. Like, he was so amazing on film. Yeah. Yeah, so those old monster movies are great. And this is, I think they do, I can't remember, I think they do both versions, both the American and the Japanese version of the original movie, the first, like, 1950, was it 57, 56? The original Godzilla movie, because there's that American release where they wanted to put it more in context, and I think they took out the love story in it, and they put like Raymond Burr in a hotel window, like watching out the window in Tokyo and seeing, the monster destroy the city. So there's a weird American version where they put a recognizable actor in it and maybe, have some English because they didn't think people would tolerate listening to, either a weird dub or subtitled Japanese. But yeah, it's good stuff. It's really good stuff, and it's nice to see it all cleaned up because, who knows? Especially that older stuff. There's so much. There's so much stuff that's lost, and original prints and stuff that's lost. And I think in Japan you can't rely on people being really careful with the media, so they could lose original prints of a lot of stuff. But now it's all restored, and it's got a nice subtitle and nice supplemental materials and stuff. So it's very cool. So that's the American Japanese Japanese movies that I have. But yeah, I thought that was really cool. They did that, and they did a nice job of making it just that first era, because the later ones, I guess it keeps happening, but the later ones are more like Power Rangers kind of movies. The later Godzilla movies, they're always like, they don't think the monsters are enough, so they always have these other characters that are, kind of hero characters. So there's weird stuff going on in the kind of Heisei Godzilla movies. So they're more specifically for just, merchandising for kids, so they feel a little cheaper and a little more commercial. But the classic ones are just silly sci-fi, that weird, 60s sci-fi stuff. All right. Yeah, right. Yeah. That's good stuff. Yeah, I'm just glad that this, physical media still exists, because I hate looking around for stuff. And it's so funny when you have the... it just like gets stuck in your head. Oh, I want to see this, or I want to find this movie, and you look on streaming. It's so frustrating. You can find like most stuff on Amazon, but it's always for money. There's like very little free on Amazon, so you can find almost things pretty reliably there, but that's really frustrating. And some stuff not at all. And the frustrating thing with Japanese Amazon is sometimes the only version of an American movie or a foreign movie will be the Japanese dub version, and those are just horrible. For the most part, there's like very bad habits they have when they dub movies in Japanese. And so like an old classic movie that you saw, it's unwatchable dubbed in Japanese. It just is very it loses the original feeling very badly, because they try to kind of recharacterize. Like the voice actors are always very stereotypical, and the quality of their voice, like, okay, she does the voices of all young girls, and she does the voices of all older, like, dangerous women, and he does the voices of all, the rougher, heroes. It's always the exact same voice style, and it's very, kind of opposite of a lot of American thinking. So it's very odd. So that's amazing. When there's only Japanese dubs available, it's really bizarre for Western movies, because it's probably the same way though too. Is a lot of people in Japan don't want to read movies, so the only thing that becomes available. It's probably a rights thing too. I heard that that's what's happening with. Oh, that's cool. Oh yeah, Joe. They've got a lot of really cool books on old consoles. It's mostly the Japanese stuff, but really cool books on old consoles in Japan too. They do a lot of really good photo books. Yeah, I can VPN Netflix. And I guess I haven't had luck with Amazon. Amazon keeps blocking, like he keeps catching my VPN. Or at least the one that I was using before, it didn't like. It would detect it and say, not available. But I think mostly like Netflix and Hulu and things, I can do that. But then I'm already paying for it in Japan, so I don't want to pay for it again. I should ask a friend or family member for a password. But yeah. Oh, that's really cool. Yeah, there's some neat, like, kind of they call them memorial books, like memorial books of the like all of the games that were available on old consoles. In Japan, they do these neat kind of catalogs of stuff. So you see like the original box art and the the title screen and then some screenshots of the action and then just descriptions of the games. But they do really cool. Do I have? No, I don't have anything within reach. Any of those Japanese books. Hey. Oh, thank you for hosting. Oh, very nice. Wow, nice stream. With 279 viewers. Oh my god. Thanks so much, man. That's great. Do I don't have any game books in reach. I don't think. No. Yeah, I have a couple of the old, especially the like the PC Engine, which is the TurboGrafx 16. I have a collection of all of those here. Where did those go? They're I think they're on the other bookshelf. Sorry, there's nothing. Sorry, there's nothing within reach. But yeah, physical media. Dang. Thank you for the stream hosting, and hello for anybody anybody watching the first time. Oh, sure. Yeah, wait, let me bring you up, Joe. Oh, Joe is getting his wrench. Wait, I gotta open. Wait, yeah, let me open the live one here. There we go. All right. So everybody, prepare yourself. Now, Joe and K5 are dueling admins or dueling mods on the stream. Oh, wow. Yeah, nobody was censored at all. Maybe YouTube just deleted you. All right. Oh, nice. Oh, that's really cool. Wow. Well, hello. If anyone is watching, if we're being hosted somewhere else, yeah, this might be a little confusing. So this is a stream to draw these cartoons. That's why we're in Photoshop here. So to draw these cartoons, so they used to be drawn on marker on paper and then colored in Photoshop, but now with the better tablets, I just now draw directly into Photoshop. So now they're all digital. So, oops, where's my? Oh, I'm in the wrong window. Yeah, so just this size web cartoon, and so these cartoons go on GoComics.com twice a week, and so there's just a single panel gag cartoon. Yeah, Yum, you were very well behaved. No censorship at all. Wait, did it go through? You're not blue? Oh no, you're still, yeah. I don't know if it worked, Joe. I don't see a little wrench by your name. Uh-oh. Yeah, you should be a mod, Joe. I don't see. Yeah, it's just not blue. Oh, wow. Yeah, Joe should be modded. It says he's not blue, but it says remove. It says remove mod, so he must be modded because the only option is to remove him as a moderator. Uh-oh. Now everything has changed. Nice. Yeah, I don't know why it's not showing. Uh oh. So Yum had the gender reveal. Is this the gender reveal stream for Yum all this time? After all this time. Uh Wait, what? There we go. Yeah, this monitor setup is bad. Let's check my spelling while we're waiting. Oh, okay. Cool, and the punctuation is there. All right. So, yeah, I'll just make these. Yeah, the one thing that I really don't like about the new install of everything is installing the Dropbox and all the kind of cloud backup stuff. Now they've changed it to like a virtual, so the files are just links to the cloud server. So they don't. It's nice. It saves disk space, but it confuses the operating system, I think, because I get these weird lags in viewing directories and stuff when it's using just those little placeholder placeholder file names and stuff. It's very strange. Or just the files themselves don't exist there, so it really freaks out Windows. Skip. Okay. I think it's fine. Uh-oh. Yum finally said something. Said something was held for review. Oh, that's funny. All right. Oh, okay, so. Okay. Oh, wrong window. What's going on? There we go. All right. Yeah, really strange. Okay, well, there's my end of the year card. Oh, there we go. All right, thanks for the link, Joe. Oh, wow. Cool, I haven't seen this site before. Oh, nice. Wow, very cool. Wow, thank you. Yeah, thanks for the link. Big boy wrench pants. Nice. Worldwide tracked shipping. Oh, these are really cool. Oh, wow. Yeah, and reasonably priced too. Only $5 different, or £5. £5 difference between the hardback and the soft cover. That's really cool. Oh, they look really good. Wow. Cool. Thanks for the link. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's right. I was trying to make it look as accurate as possible. Nice. Yeah, yeah, I saw the link. The website's really cool. Nice. Yeah, they look really well done. Bitmap Books. Yeah, I hadn't heard of them before. That's cool. It's funny too. Every country has a little bit their kind of experience or their how their the market for games went is a little different. Like what was popular. There's a lot of YouTubers that do bad games like for the PlayStation or yeah, it's mostly like PS1. I think that's when the ease of publishing, especially in England, happened. So there's so many really, really horrible games that were released in the UK that didn't make it anywhere else. So some of the YouTubers that play old games play some really bizarre stuff. So there's a lot of like kind of shovelware in England on the PlayStation, the original PlayStation, that I didn't even know existed. It got really bad there. There's a lot of bad licensed IP games like movie tie-ins and stuff in the U.S., but England really got it bad. They were almost like flash games and stuff for kids that were ported onto the PS1. It was really really rough. But so there's a lot of YouTubers that have a lot of content to play with because of that. Oh no! Oh damn it! I thought I had everything set up. Hey Joe, thank you. The Constitution has spoken. You are correct, Joe. Thank goodness something's still working. Nice. Yeah, thanks so much. That's weird. I'm gonna have to go through. Yeah, I had the I checked it. I did the test. It seemed to be working fine. Yeah, nothing is muted, so it should have gone through. Yeah, sorry about that. Wait, let me do another test here. Just do a subscriber or donation test. Yeah. Was it? That should have sounded. That was just a test one. Sorry. But yeah, it should be working. Sorry, I put it in there at the last minute, so everything should have been up. I'll have to do some new gifs, some new art for that. All right. Yeah, sorry about that. Well, thank you very much, Joe. I appreciate it. Thank you for starting out the new year well. But just a minute. Just hold a sec. All right. Well, I think that's going to do it for this week. Excellent. I'm going to get my S word together. I'll work on that for next week. Get my S word together. Boy, Yum, you are so reliably PG and family friendly now. This is much nicer. I don't like to have to approve all of your profane messages. All right. But yeah, so more fun next week. So thank you everybody for finding me again. I was worried after the New Year break that it wouldn't I would miss the timing or we wouldn't be back together. But yeah, I love the chat is great. I really enjoy the chat, and you guys help me get these cartoons done very much. It helps a lot. And yeah, hello to any new people watching. Thank you for sharing the stream on your channel. I'm totally okay. Yes, yeah, thank you so much for that and for the donations. I really appreciate that. So everyone take care. So Yum has totally totally changed out during the course of this stream. So excellent. So everyone, take care, and I'm glad you had a good and safe holiday. So we'll do this again next week, and yeah. So thank you so much, and have a very enjoyable beginning to the new year. I hope this is a sign of things getting better, or at least some of this badness getting behind us. So take care, everyone, and I will see you next time. So until next week, goodbye.